Hello, everybody. Welcome. Oh my God. I had freaking the sound on. Okay. On my Twitch monitor. Okay. Hello. Um, Today is the day I'm finally starting the Jagd Doga. I've had this sitting on my shelf for maybe a good, like, I want to say since like September. So, oh, you okay? You know what? Bring me down a little. Clearly, the proportions are off right now. Bring me down. All right, I am growing. Okay. This is what I would like. Okay. Yeah. So. All right. Let's kind of settle in here. And let's see. Bring me down a little bit more. Shrinking, I'm shrinking. I'm still hidden right up at the top. If I could like stop being so tall, okay. The reason that I'm running into weird things is because whenever I'm at my hobby desk, the camera my tracking camera is so much lower, because it's inherently the best way that it's ever gonna see me, because of needing to obviously see the desk, and my lights and stuff, like this ring light that you can see up here. It's also a magnifying glass if you want to see. It needs to be cleaned, but it looks like this. Because of my good old problem of saying it rather than spraying it. All right, but yeah, so we were doing the Jagd Doga. Funny thing about this, is this is definitely a slightly older. Yeah, this is 2007. This is a model from 2007. So, fun fact about that. See, it's got all this like English here, action, detail, rear view. All right, the color guide, but the color guide. But notice when you're in the color guide here, huh? All the names of the colors are, huh? That's weird. Well, maybe it's just, that's, it's just the back, or, some colors. It couldn't be that bad. No. Nope. The whole instruction sheet is Japanese. I bought this from just a hobby store in, like, essentially a step down from a Hobby Lobby. Right? It's still a franchised store, but it's not Hobby Lobby. So, but like, you know what? But yet it is all everything, every minute little detail. So that'll be fun. This will be fun. So let's take this. I seem to have once again forgotten where I have placed my glass file. Where did you go? I just cleaned up most of my workstation here. And yet I have immediately lost something. I think it's in this, though. Yep, there you are. Gotta have all the supplies. Oh no. Okay. I did actually forget that I meant to lower my desk. Yeah, there we go. Anywho. It's just, or not lower my desk, lower my chair. My hobby desk is a bit shorter than my computer desk. All right. Yeah, luckily, realistically, all the important bits that I would need to see in English are in English. So we've got that going for us. But there will be a couple old school like Gunpla things that I feel like I didn't see in the newer kit that I worked with. But I think are cool nonetheless. All right. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm already looking in the manual. I'm like, oh dear. Okay. Like there's a lot of just like grabbing from various sprues. Joy. All right. Trying to organize the runners here. So all right, let's see here. So that's A. I'm looking for or at least what I thought was J. There's oh, it's PC. Oh, okay. That's what I was getting wrong. All right, so my big sprue pieces will definitely kind of go on the side here. ABC is very easy to find. F, E, and okay. This is P, E. You are D. Okay, well. Oh, okay, I see. All right. God, this is the most like flexied plastic runner I've ever felt. Like these are normal. Like these have like a normal amount of flex. They're pretty like this is like borderline rubber in this one. So interesting. All right. Yeah, we were meant to start this build last night, but I kind of had tore up this set. It's partly why we didn't start fully on time today. Well, I'll try to kind of make up for that. All right. We need a J. Oh, me likey. Okay. Each of those are J. Got it. So what's always kind of funny, right, is these streams are often like when I did G-Quux, right? Most of that stream always kind of those streams were Warhammer Man builds Gunpla for first time, right? And that's pretty true today. That's still pretty true. But you know, it's really funny just from me as like a hobbyist goes, because like I'm very mixed when it comes to like liking liking the build process versus the paint process. And I think it generally ends up just depending on like what I'm doing. And I think one of the big things is that I truly always like to build a mod or paint a model once. It's once it starts to become many models that I'm suddenly like, ugh. But and it's kind of similar with building, you know. So that's why I think I don't really dislike any part of the hobby. Like I'm not like a, you know, or more build focused person. I'm not really more of a more paint focused person. I just kind of do. And then, you know, I just have ADD essentially. Sorry. All right. I will say though, like I am so still still so incredibly excited. Oh, we do have to do this twice. Okay, so I'm doing both of them. let's definitely just get this out of the way now. For Gundam Assemble, like I just have like his, you know, it's a great skirmish game because like I will say when I came from Adepticon, right, like I was it really invigorated my enjoyment of larger scale 40k versus Kill Team. You know, so like it was, you know, because I was really, for a while, I was feeling a little bit down on wanting to make a large army, and I still am. Like, I still really am not going to be in much of any rush to build any type of 2K army. But I was like really super heavy focused on Kill Team, and I still really enjoyed Kill Team, but I think what I realized was that I specifically oh shit, I forgot the white balance needed to be. Hold on, I gotta check that. There we go. I think what I realized though was that I really enjoy Kill Team from a social standpoint more than a like, especially like pretty much most of the time that I've gone to a Kill Team tournament, I've had a lot of frustration. And then when I've gone to even light 40k tournaments, it's still generally been pretty, like, I don't know, I just seem to have more of a better gauge of the, like, because what frustrates me is not just winning or losing. That has nothing to do with it. What frustrates me with Kill Team when I'm in a tournament setting is that because of how I play in such a kind of generally a casual format, you know, that it really feels, that's why, so then it really feels frustrating all of a sudden then when you know, like it just feels like I can't do anything right. Whereas even if I'm losing in 40k, which I will tell you for certain I've lost plenty more than I have won, it just doesn't feel as bad, you know? Like, and I think a lot of it with Kill Team is honestly just like the way the rule set is kind of done. It's really good rules, but it's one where, like, obviously if you super try hard, then, you know, all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, you didn't do, you know, you're gonna memorize like everything, you know. It's like people who are like so like Kill Team has a feeling to me like Magic, where it's like, it's honestly one of the best ways to play it generally is when it's just the hanging out with your friends, the, you know, the hanging out with your friends and having a drink kind of mentality. I am rather confused how it is wishing me to place this in the pack here. I'm looking in the instructions right now. It's rather having a rather moment here. Oh, it's literally just E. I'm dumb. Okay, nope, it's me. I'm just dumb. God forbid, God forbid that I think I'm gonna go right from this into putting it into the next step. No. All right, E. But as I was saying, so with all that kind of frustration that I kind of left Kill Team with at Adepticon, and the positivity I left with standard size 40K, what it actually did is it really invigorated my excitement for Gundam Assemble. Like, I'm so much more excited for that now, because the I think the fun part about Kill Team is when I go play it at my LGS, and there's like, I can just kind of hang out with people, and it's really like, because a lot of the people I play around in my LGS are pretty low stakes when it comes to Kill Team. A lot of them are, honestly, it's like they're either married guys, or they have a family, or they're older, and it's just like, hey, look, I don't have the same time I used to, so I'm playing this. And that's like the best thing about, that's like my sales pitch for Kill Team for my friends, so yeah, it's just like it's what I look at when I think of it's like, so, but I realized like that, and that's why I realized like that's the best part to me about it, is just being able to just kind of being able to play the game and have a neat old time. And then it's kind of like I said, like it's like, even though I don't drink, it's it's a have a game with your friends and a couple beers kind of game, like it's just hanging out. It's a great hanging out game, because you can kind of fudge some of the rule stuff. There's all the cool there's all the cool there's all the cool like co-op NPO stuff. But when Gundam Assemble comes out, those rules are way simpler, and I think they'll really I think they really will feed on my kind of competitive nature. And but like, it's simple enough where it looks so simple, where it's like, okay, I'm not gonna run into the same frustrations that I did with Kill Team, where it's like, all right, so the dude, essentially the dude I'm playing against, who effectively has memorized the rule book, is gonna get me out on this giant wombo combo. Like, enabling that wombo combo in Assemble really appears like, essentially it requires the right hand. It's like magic, or it's actually kind of fun to me, because it is kind of, I've come around to the aspect that actually it is a combination of a TCG and a and a war game, you know, or at least a skirmish game. All right, I need D2. Where's... Oh, D's right here. Ooh. Sometimes I will nip a screw off camera, and whilst I apologize for it, I also will not. I'm not gonna be hung up too much on it. But yeah, so like, and I know. Here's the thing: is I know I've read the comments on. I've read the comments on the Heretic Hammer episodes. You know, I get it. For Gunpla people, this seems like a kind of weirdly annoying priced. Like, this seems like a very strange and like kind of dumb priced game, but I'm here to assure you that just from the standpoint of the general wargamer, that Gundam Assemble's prices are adequate. I think you're definitely fine to have your opinion that you feel like maybe they should be either a little more or less. That's fine. But honestly, like, there's going to be a lot of... I've already talked to friends of mine who have had a mild interest in like hobbying stuff, right? But they didn't want to commit to Warhammer because of the price, right? I have those friends. Those are people that I talk to, which is why they form my opinions a lot when I talk about the affordability of Warhammer on Heretic Hammer, right? So like a big thing to me then about that is when I talk to them about Gundam Assemble, and I told them all the prices are like, you know, the expansion model stuff is like, you know, those are $100, you know, those are $40, and then like the deluxe set's like $100, but like the get starting kit to just essentially play the game is $35. Like, that's insane. You just like, it's like, that's the thing that to me is like the part I think that a lot of like Gunpla fans maybe just don't grasp the you know, they just don't, I don't think they are grasping the significance of. What is going on here? I think it goes down one. I think I'm being dumb again, I think. Maybe not. I'm just double checking my book before I close it up. Yeah, D has gone down here. We've got one all placed in. D2 is right there. I don't think it's meant to be hyper frictioned in there. Oops. It's just so loose, you know? Also, my concern that is that I do in fact have it too high. I mean, honestly, it kind of feels like it's asking me to put it in backwards, but it's not. Yeah, it's like gotta be here. It's the only slot that makes sense. It's just very loose. But you know, let's close it up. Okay. It's staying in there now. That's good. Okay. Probably this is just older Gunpla model funkiness. I mean, it's 19 years old. Not crazy. This could be older, but I would say even probably within the last 20 years. I imagine this has improved significantly. All right. All right. Well, D1 now. You know, it's funny. I've kind of turned on Char's counterattack. I've kind of turned on the movie. Since watching it the first time, and because of Zeta, it's really funny because the the big thing with Zeta is and you can watch our episode on Zeta, which is out now. Is that? Sorry, I'm trying to find. Okay, there it is. No, 8. I was looking at the wrong thing. Is like part of it is my realization, like going through that show, going through Zeta. Because the thing about because I'm a newbie when it comes to a lot of Gundam stuff, right? I watched just a couple of the shows that were on Toonami when I was a kid, because I'm old, and they were, I was like, okay, well, like I remember those shows, like I remember Wing, and I really liked Wing. I watched G Gundam, and then I remembered I tried to watch episodes of Seed when that was being aired on Sci-Fi, actually. When it was getting its HD re-release. So this would have been like 2011. I believe that was when it was getting its re-release. Part of the only reason I didn't actually get through Seed was just actually because I just wasn't watching it. I wasn't watching. I would forget about because it's not like now where it's really easy to set other stuff or DVR some stuff. Like I just kind of would forget about it. So yeah, I maybe watched like a couple episodes of Seed, nothing to make any form of real opinion on. There we go. Real firm on that one. That was a real firm get in there. Yeah, it's man, that sticks in there. All right. I must reference the box quick. I don't know. All right, well. I'm looking at this in the manual. I don't really know what this means. I don't know what this is for. There's not a sticker for it. You can kind of see here. So, I don't really know what. I don't know what that was meant. That is meant for. All right, and B. The way I am dealing with those the big sprues are is kind of laughably bad. All right, 11 and 12. That's you. Oh, didn't realize I was still zoomed in. Sorry. Let's use some cleanup here. I'm just trying to see, does this need to go? I think this needs to go flush. The problem is this is where it's ending on the torso, so it's hard to see. Yeah, it looks like it's meant to be flush. Okay, so I'll have to really snap it in there. Just need to find the angle to get it to slide in. There we go. Jeez. How easily can I get this out? And really look at the back of this. I would like to clean that up. Not easily, but I am getting it out. There we go. We got some things to clean up on this one too. The filing shouldn't honestly be too bad here, because it's most what it would need to be filed at least is going to be hidden. The ones that are on the back, the filing I did in the back will also largely be hidden, but not fully, as far as I can tell. Okay, oh, bottom. All right, there we go. We got a built-up torso. I was checking the motion. Something about it felt weird, but I think it's what it's supposed to be. Oh. It's the leaning forward during hobbying that really ends up getting you. Whew. There we go. I don't need to worry about that other stuff. Okay. All right. The steps that it's taking, or like the order of things, is interesting. So like we're going from torso to gun and shield. Oh, head is there, I guess. Head's technically next. That makes sense. But I want, it's like gun and shield and then arms. I'm just peeking through parts of this. Oh yeah, so here's what I wanted to look at, or I wanted to show. So they have like a flexi tube thing. Oh no, this is plastic. Sorry, they have a thing for like essentially teaching you to like, hey, if you want the pods out to, you know, like you can use this thing here. There's like the way to train it to like stay bent and all that. That it's cool. I like that. I like that there's like kind of this extraness to it. I'll do that later, actually. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, B and D. I'll cut the D one first because it is the closest to me. Seven. Man, I will say I am so freaking excited for now there's I think 2 technically being in development right now. Twilight Princess recompiles. I'm so freaking excited, dude. Just like, oh, I love Twilight Princess. That's why it's just like I'm so excited for it to get this recompile. Now, as I say, I don't know how the general community feels about it, but I really enjoyed actually the Twilight Princess HD remake, and actually like I would have or remaster or whatever. I think it added actually a really good amount of like quality of life stuff. So like I really, you know, it's kind of like it has a feeling to me much like the HD version of Wind Waker, where it's like it doesn't really get shit on at all, but it's like been forgotten because most mods and Because the thing, most mods, most speedrunning, and everything else is all done on the original GameCube version. And Twilight Princess is kind of similar, but the Wii and GameCube one, usually it's the GameCube one over the Wii one. So I have to looking at how I'm intended to put this in here. Oh, I see now. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know how the general kind of like the Zelda fan base feels about Twilight Princess Remastered, but I always really liked it. I always thought it was fun, and I had a great time with it this was a period of time when I was doing a lot more streaming. This is kind of like the second time that I've been streaming consistently. But man, back then it paid so much more dividends. Like I still kick myself a lot of times for not just continuing, letting kind of, bit of like, honestly, it's sad because like now I know a lot of it kind of is spurred from some ADD shit, but like that like ADD burnout kind of thing where it's like when it almost kind of acts like depression, where it's like you are just so you're kind of so pressed on everything else that it ends up being very hard to get the motivation to do anything, right? And it's such a bummer because like I really wish that I didn't run into that I was able just to kind of push through it and very loose fit. It doesn't feel like it's meant to be this loose. No, it is meant to snap. Okay, so I do need to press pretty hard here, I think. There we go. But it does, you can really rotate the mono eye here. Just get the head to be like, what'd you say? Nothing? Okay. Oh, it sounds like you're talking about me. No, okay, I guess not. I'm pretty sure I heard my name. But yeah, I know. I always truly wish that I hadn't kind of fallen into that slump, and it's often why like when I give people advice, when I would talk to people about streaming, and I was giving people advice, when I kind of stopped streaming and I kind of was doing a lot of chasing of various things, like trying to do the D&D streams and trying to be a filmmaker, a documentary filmmaker. Hold on. Okay, this was just such a thick cut of the sprue. I was like, wait, this doesn't feel right. Because that's a thing that it's like it's like good teachable thing for beginners on the, if cutting the sprue doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. So don't. But this, I guess, it doesn't feel right, but it is right, so. But yeah. If I had just kind of kept going at my own steam the first time, didn't let the burnout or anything affect me, then I think I would have been in much better shape. Because, you know, I didn't have nearly responsibilities. I was doing my own thing, you know. But I've also learned a lot from many of those life experiences. So that's why you can't live in regret. You can have them. I have them. But I can't live in that, you know. I have a beautiful wife. I have a loving dog, you know. I do have, you know, I have a job in the field though that I wished to have, right? I work in video. I have a video job. Oh, it's cursing here. I'm dumb. So my list of complaints, or, you know, my life, my regrets can only be so far, you know, to me. Honestly, I love, this is the thing that I love the most, is this head, this very beaky kind of shogun head. Oh boy. Hold on. This is a rough sticker. Yeah, this was rather tight here. I'm checking to make sure they're not like, one's not lower than the other. So I wonder what the kind of method's going to be for me to turn this when I pose it. Probably just something like this, essentially. Just kind of press it. There you go. So at least if I kind of set it down, it'll have, you can kind of see it. So it looks like there's more to the head here because there's not an attach point here. So it definitely looks like there's going to be more to go here. Or not. Oh, is it here? Oh, that's where it is. So you didn't really see it. It's this spot here. That goes into the ball. So at least what I can do for now is when I pose it, yeah, I can do like this. So when I lay it down, you can kind of see it. I don't technically, I'm supposed to put the head on later, but it's not. The head isn't getting in the way of anything, and if it does, I can just pull the head off. It's a very light, really light snapped joint. So it's just I like to be able to see the model really grow. So okay, I was just double checking that. Wasn't getting YouTube chats. Oh boy, wait. See. I had my leg up on the chair. Felt that one. Ooh, there we go. All right. See, 18 and 15. Well, here's 15. This one's just gonna be a filer here. so this goes into this one. Why in the song am I hearing what sounds like a robotic Animal Crossing villager? I think I might need to replace this blade. I'll do a quick kind of test for that. Oh yeah. All right, so I need 16 and 17. This one I'm just doing close to the chest here because I need to hold it. It's neat that this kind of moves. Alright, next is the shield. The D19. All right. Yeah, this is definitely cutting much better. To be fair, I've had that blade on here for a while, so makes sense. Okay. Sorry. It feels like it wants me to do this one first. Need to make sure orientation's right here. Maybe I should kind of do this one first, so that I just kind of have determined what way is up. Nice part about a symmetrical design is that at least, as long as I somehow didn't force it to fit like this and this would have otherwise been the same, as long as I attach the end with that up. All right. This is where we're at so far. And we're only hour and a half in. Not bad. I'm going to take this, though, as my bio break. So give me a moment here. I'm going to quickly set this. All right. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right. Okay. Now it's time to start an arm. So, okay, so we're gonna do 9 twice here. This will be funky, but you know, we'll get through it. All right, so E 5. Cluster F. 1 H though. Yo, F1. These are some funky spots here. Might be better, honestly, just to leave most of them. All right, so H, shape like this, will snap. Maybe it will be better to do the other parts first. Okay, no, I would. My initial instinct was actually correct. Okay, good to know. Yeah, it's meant to be flush there. And then but I had this part. I was seeing this part wrong. Okay, then that slots in there much better. Ugh. There we go. Like a glove. Let's do that again. Oh wait, there's many F's. I forgot. Yeah, 1, 11, 12. Yep, well, that's it. All right. Okay. My monitoring, like my stream monitoring, was not showing up. My volume is, though. Ooh. Whoops. There we go. Oops. Went one wrong step there. All right. So another couple from F&E here. So let's do F2. Rest or ease. I'll just quickly, though, I'll kind of do them at the same time. I'll have to cut those. All right, so now we're looking for 4 and 3. Okay. All right, let's get rolling here. So, okay, so now we're doing it from this perspective. So this is kind of sliding here first. And yeah, we can get in there. And this one next. And then 4 on the bottom. All right. Legs. Or no, these are pieces of arms. Sorry. Arm pieces are complete. I think next we're getting into shoulder. This one I'll cut each one at a time. Just so I can see like what I'm meant to be doing here. M. And then D, 9 and 11. All right, so we need this angle. Get this M into this slot here. We need it to be this way. It's not one to sit right, I think, on the front here. The like semi-rubbery nature of this M piece, I think is, hold on. I'm just doing it really close so I see really well. Yeah, it's not wanting to sit in there right. I'm gonna try doing this in reverse order to see if it'll fit better. Yep, that did the trick. This is way more flush than it was before. Before there was a huge gap that kept forming here. Now it's way more flush. B13, and it will be C9. Weird. So, I guess are these front thrusters? They are. Now it makes more sense. I saw this thruster and I'm like, this should be at the back, but I guess they're front thrusters, obviously, to allow for three-dimensional movement in space, because especially it's a Xeon. It's a Neo Xeon Zaku type, so that would mean, yeah, that they would obviously very much build these for some space superiority. I like how it gets like a very full range of movement this way, but not away from the body. It can only go this far. Oh, no, wait, actually, it would be away from the body because it'll extend this way. It'll essentially attach here like this. All right. Not that one yet. All right, so let's try this one again. Oh my goodness. Get in there. All right, the other C9 thruster. B14. Sorry, I'm trimming off a section, but like because this piece is so small, I need a really good grip. We've heard this song before. It weirds me. Like, I'm essentially just not used to having this playlist with like lyrics in it. Especially when I'm talking in these streams a lot. Like, I would rather not have lyrics. Look at him. Oh, I see. But I'd probably get away with putting it on there, but I'm trying to see. So 14 is there. All right, so this one has D 17, 15, and F5. $15. Oh yeah. And 17. Okay. The fist is there. That's alright, A. So this will be times 2. So it'll be both of these. And then 2 F10s. All right. Yeah, this is a funky fit. Thank you. Well, that's yeah, my ear wings are meant to kind of just be they're what I have available for making my essentially representing my owl wingness. I have to essentially keep my wings hidden all the time because I'll be honest, they get in the way. They get in the way. They get everywhere. It's best I just keep my wings hidden. And it's a pain to toggle them on and off, so I just keep them hidden. There we go. Jeez. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that greatly. You know, I've played many a D&D campaign where that's the case as well. I just want to check something quick. I'm trying to see here. So I think it's supposed to go here. Sorry, I'm checking. This is a situation where, like, it's meant to be viewed. Oops. Yeah, we're building the Jagd Doga, one of my favorite Gundams. Just because, you know what? If it wasn't obvious from my bird aesthetic, bird helmet. Uh-oh. Oh no, the camera died. No. Oh yeah, so I'm also big on Warhammer. Here, one second. Let me be right back. I need to grab a battery for the camera. One moment, and then I'll show you some of the Warhammer stuff that we got rolling here. Just one moment, please. So yeah, the thing is, while I keep my camera plugged in, the battery does not stay. Like it brings the battery to like it keeps it alive way longer than it normally would or should. All right, we're back. Let me bring myself back in here. Oh, actually, here, let me grab the stuff first. All right. Okay. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, everything about Warhammer is kind of about being consistently, like, OP, right? That's, like, a big thing for Warhammer, is everything is OP, right? So, therefore, nothing is OP. It's kind of that's kind of the way it works, in some regard. But, here, I'll show you some of my favorite, I'll show you some of my models here. So we've got oh, it would help if I was back on screen. That would help. Okay. So we've got, this is this is the scheme for my sisters. This is one of my Celestian Incipient models. But this is for them I went with the Incipients. I did this snow base. The rest of my sisters have more of a desert base, but I just want to do something different for the kill team. But yeah, I was actually really happy with these girls. This was a really good, like a really fun way to do the paint jobs. So I really like these ones. These are one of my favorites that I've done. Also for a fun sisters, here's Junith Irita. Very kind of sloppy, but wanted to get it table ready. But I like making the eagle gold versus bone. Yep, these are my sisters of battle, my Adeptus Sororitas. But yeah, they've got a cool look down here. I like them a lot. I should do something more with the ribbon down there at some point. But then here is my Night Lord. This is Jalashna Nok. This is my night. This is essentially my homebrewed Night Lord Iron Warrior combo warband. This is the Chaos Lord for that. This is the Nemesis Claw kill team model, the leader. And these were very fun to do. I actually really like doing these. At some point, I actually I'm thinking of redoing the legs and stuff now that I have the Goblin Hobbies stamper. Yeah, ask away. But yeah, I was really happy with this. This was really fun. So the Night Lords actually, they have this kind of, so this is darker than Ultramarines are. They have this, Night Lords have a very azure armor. And then often what you will usually see them with is like these lightning bolt effects on the armor, right? So you'll see like this, and there's actually probably more shine. This is probably darker than normal Night Lords is even. But you'll see like these little lightning effects. But my thought was, when I was working on getting them to be kind of this combination of Iron Warriors and Night Lords, is that they would want less flare, which is also why they don't have bronze on their, like their accents aren't bronze. They're this dark iron. So the idea is that they're kind of this combo. And so therefore they have foregone the lightning bolts to keep that kind of Iron Warrior simplicity, but then still have some of the hazard striping to signify, to have the greater signification of their former allegiance. So different models in my Nemesis Claw kill team, some of them will have the Iron Warriors hazard stripe pauldron, and that's because those ones were originally Iron Warriors in the Horus Heresy, and then ones like this guy with the helmets and these shoulder pads, these were Night Lords through and through. So I like this though. This was a very cool and fun model. These guys were really fun to paint. And then one of my favorites that I've ever done is my Claw Lord on Gnaw Beast. Well, Grey Knights wear full silver. Grey Knights are always silver. They do not wear black. Black is Black Templars. Yeah, there's a lot of sameness. That's kind of why, like, I really like making my own chapters when I paint Space Marines often. But yeah, this is my Claw Lord. I'm really happy with the way that this Gnaw Beast turned out. Like, this is such, like, I was very happy with this. This is this was like ended up being really cool. I also really love the Warp Stone Lance. The Warp Stone Lance is like very, like, this effect. I didn't intend for it, honestly, to really look this good. It just came out perfect. Like, this was basically an accident, you know? And, you know, so like I was really happy with that. And then, you know, this gave him the Claw Lord himself. I like, he looks decent. I like the way I got the rust to come up here. I should have dirtied up these skulls a little bit more. But that's okay. You know, the way everything got drooped down here though, like this got really dirty. I really like that, like how it gets kind of dirtier the closer down he gets. But like the Gnaw Beast itself, like this, I just thought the Gnaw Beast came out so good. Like, I love the way that this turned out. Got this detail in here. Mm-hmm. Right, sure. I mean, honestly, it's just also like the thing about 40K is everybody likes the chapters, you know, like the chapters are such an important part to Space Marines and getting into them. Also, the bottom of this looked really cool. I really like the way that this turned out. Just some dog hair in there. That's good. But yeah, this turned out really well. I really like this. I was very happy with this guy. Yeah, this Claw Lord is one of my favorites. I should really get back to painting Skaven. I really want to play Spearhead. I've just been really lazy. Yeah, so, well, the face of the, I'll do both, I guess. So, Claw Lord's face here. Just like really gnarly. The white probably could be a little dirtier, but I'm pretty content with it. And then this guy's face. Kind of just gross and messy. Yeah, I know. I love this model. I truly love this model. It's the most accomplished I feel like I got painting a model. Like I tried really hard to do various mixing and everything, like, so I feel really good about this one. Let's get back to Gundam. Yeah, I don't consider myself like an amazing painter, but that's like one of the best jobs I think I've ever done. And so like I really hold to that. Like it makes me feel good. Honestly though, I think a lot of my Skaven look good. I think their vibe allows you to get a lot, kind of reach into a little bit of that kind of semi-sloppy nature. Okay, you're gonna keep falling off. I'm just gonna leave you off for now. Oh, I got this on the wrong page. Let's see, I need to do, so D8 and 14. Was it 8? Yeah, 8, 13, and 14. Where's 8? They were. Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm just because I'm doing a Gunpla model doesn't mean that I'm not able to talk about 40K. It was earlier, so feel free. Mm-hmm. It's the 4 Chaos Gods. Let's see They don't. They wouldn't. They would lose. They would, if everybody somehow, like, if there was just like mind wipe spell across all of the galaxy, they would retain some power, because at this point they have been filled with souls, right? Because it's a combination. It's belief. Belief is what brings them into existence. and then the souls that they absorb give them more power, right? Because the immaterium is all just basically souls. It is a sea of souls. So like what would happen is at the jump, they would be essentially they would only be as powerful as they were left, right? So, you know, the whatever power that they are at that moment, you know, that's what they would be left at. That's where they would be at that time. However, when they would no longer when they would lose that power of belief, what would happen is that essentially their effectiveness would go down. They would start to struggle to keep power. They would start infighting more as others ended to like, but the big thing is that it isn't solely the belief that gives them that power. Actions do that as well. So, for example, you know, hedonism isn't going to suddenly go away. War isn't obviously going to go away. You know, treachery isn't going to disappear suddenly, and death and disease are not going to suddenly disappear. So, because of that, they would never truly lose all power. They would essentially just slow down. And they would then use that to try to remind people and make their influence known. Correct. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, it would only slow them down. Their creation is through belief. But for example, with Slaanesh, for example, nobody in the Eldari was worshiping Slaanesh, right? They were just being perverted creepazoids, you know? And so what happened, what happened was they eventually, right, they just were doing that so often and just so, like, to just such a scale that their actions are what created Slaanesh. So if everybody just realized, got like, you know, if like got the, you know, the Men in Black, you know, like, yeah, everybody forgets, right? Nobody has any idea. You say the word Slaanesh, everybody's like, who the fuck is that? You know? Then nobody, like, they would have a detraction in power, right? But they would not lose it completely. They would not disappear because they have essentially become too powerful. Their existence is now part of the warp. Right. But that doesn't mean, like, obviously they have the Catan, right? And the Catan, you know, they were physical gods. And that's another really important thing to that question, is that, yeah, it's like there are like gods of the physical world, and then there are gods of the immaterium, and thus like the chaos gods are gods of the immaterium, which is why they have a lot more staying power versus gods of the real world, which, as proven in the fall of the Eldari, can be defeated and essentially removed from existence entirely without like a hyper crazy amount of effort. No, wait. So, at least from the Chaos Gods perspective, it would be a lot for like a normal person, but so like the Catan, for example, like, you know, they were infighting, and the Necrons were able to betray them after the Catan betrayed the Necrons, and you know, they were able to, but that's the thing, is they weren't even able to erase the Catan. The Catan still exists in shards, and thus that's why in the new book, or not the new book, in the 500 worlds thing, that's why you see there's the Necron Lord that's trying to bring back the Catan shard of the what's his name? I'm blanking on the name. Yeah, and I mean, technically, many can. Like, there are many Space Marines who have gone into at least like things like the Eye of Terror. True, like the true realm of the warp, no. But like the Space Marines are at least fairly resistant, though. Like, I mean, the Grey Knights are also a very different story, given that one of them is currently roaming around in the lands of literally inside the warp, but is somehow still normal. Oh, Caldor Drago. I don't recognize him by name. Would that be from when they were the Necron tier? I need to do more, because I need to do more Necron episodes of Heretic Hammer. Yeah, so yeah, Necron tier. Yeah, I need to do more episodes on the Necron tier, and well, just Necrons in general. The problem is I'm always in like I need to know, I know so little about the Necrons that like I need to do a lot of research when I do those episodes. I've had very little time to do a lot of research heavy episodes lately. Okay, so she's kind of part of the whole. Got it. I see. I mean, yeah, well, that was the thing. They were looking for immortality. They were trying to find, and the great old ones were just like, no, you know. So they got pissed. And yeah, well, that was the thing. That, I mean, that also goes into the Deceiver, right? Like the Deceiver is a big part of that, where, you know, the Deceiver kind of gave them this idea, like, all right, put on the Necrodermis and you will become immortal, you know. But then unfortunately that also meant that they became immortal slaves, and thus the Catan went to attack the old ones. And the Silent King, for a while, was the only one who had any form of sentience. Until he gave it back after they defeated the Necrons, and he went into exile. I mean, it's inherently funny because, like, in some ways, the Necrons are the galaxy's greatest hope because of their roboticness, but also they're one of its greatest threats because of the technology that they have. Damn. It's hardcore. I'll have to do more research on her for the next Necron episode I do. I'm gonna end up finishing this today. We don't have a crazy amount of steps left. All right, CNF. You know, I get it. I definitely have to do more research so that we can do an episode, because that would be a great like starting point about talking about maybe her and like Zarek. All right, C needs to be the flat part. Oh shit. Okay, we're good. I did not lose the piece. We're good. Oh. That was the wrong one. Anyway. There we go. Mother of Oblivion, every motion a dirge, every strike sounding hope. Yeah. Oh my god. One, like, that's god, the planet like deletion weapon that the Necrons have is so insane. You know, and that's fine. I don't bring it up on the podcast often, but I mean, like, that's why I like, because I love sisters and I love like everything about, I don't know, just like I always love the tragedy, and honestly it's actually why maybe this is a good time for me to talk about it. It's why actually like I found the short series Penitence on Warhammer Plus, I found that incredibly disappointing. All of the best sister stories are stories of redemption, even if they are bittersweet, right? And you know, I think, for example, like Jude Reed's Rosette War novels are great examples of this, and how you know, as a leader, right, the main character is made stronger through this failure. It is not directly punished for it. Like, she is put into this scenario of like, hey, I feel like you're fucking up a lot. I need you to prove yourself. That's fine. That's the way the Imperium works. That's okay. What annoys me specifically is in Penitence, she literally does everything correctly, goes through everything the way she's supposed to, and then, but for some reason that, because nobody else is around, you know, she just gets chucked into the literally the worst. Like, it's the whole thing to me of like, there was no point to the way that the plot works, where it's like that she's going into the penitent engine anyway, right? It's like, well, then what was the point of even bothering to put her on this mission, right? Like, so even though that she succeeded, they wanted her to die in the mission, but then they wanted her to still do this anyway. So because she didn't die in the mission, but she completed it, it doesn't matter. They wanted her to die, therefore they're just going to put her in the penitent engine. Like, I don't know, as a plot, from a plot perspective, like from a 40K perspective, yes, it's expected, and it's like, okay, yeah, there it is. From a plot perspective, it's really dumb. Yes, and I think that's one thing I do like about Sisters too, right? Like, similarly to her, where it's like, they don't pretend like they're anything. They know what they are. I mean, this sounds really cool. I definitely plan to look into it. All right, F 8, 13, and 14. That's you guys. Well, you know. Yeah, that's just how 40K goes. Upon going through some horrific transformation, you now have power beyond reason. But I need 8. Oh, that's a big thing with the Mechanicus video game. Is the irony of that is that you are playing as, you know, humans, quote unquote, but when all the voice lines for the Adeptus Mechanicus are in binary cants, so you almost never understand or hear what they're actually saying. But the Necrons speak in whatever your language is, right? Like, so in English, obviously, for like us, you know, so it's like, the Necrons are actually have more humanity than the supposed agents of humanity that we are playing as. Ah, that's a bummer. Hopefully maybe that'll be fixed in 2. But it's also some of the tough part is that GW, while they will push and they will pretend like these games are theirs, they really don't put a lot of hand in when a company makes a game. Yes, so English is where I guess you'll be sitting in that realm now, but oh my goodness. Okay, there you go. Jeez. Joint having trouble here. Okay, that times 2. All right. E2, E1. This could end up being a misprint, though. There's a few of these back in these older kits. All right, so let's just clean up these edges here. All right. So it's gonna fit in like this. Trying to see quickly here. Now the other way. There we go. I've done it again though. I put these together before putting them on the leg. Trying to look why this won't line up here. All right. I don't know why it wouldn't line up before, but it just did. We're gonna do that. There we go. Good. Bueno. I don't know yet, so I'll wait. Let's see. B5 and C4. There's 5. There you are. These are gonna definitely need some cleaning here. Where's 4? You At this rate, I almost kind of want to try to push through and finish this. I intended on this being 2 streams, but... Well, I guess it would have been yesterday, so... Tomorrow is supposed to be Nuzlocke anyway. So I guess that isn't a huge deal. Alright, so then you need to go into... Whoops. Alright, now I need B1. Ah. Oh boy, we're building a Necrons fan club in my chat. You know what? It's could be worse. Worse things could happen to my chat. I'll take it. It's all right. Just odd that it's happening during a Gunpla building stream. F9. Ah, the last one of the F sprue. At least that F sprue. God, I love, man. I do love playing. I really do enjoy playing Warhammer, like TTRPGs. They're so fun. Like it's just because it's just fun to kind of somewhat meme around and. Can you go down? Hello? Honestly, though, my favorite thing in the Rogue Trader TTRPG to play was a Tau. It's just really fun. There we go. All right, now A7. This is B. That one is 6, 7. There you go. Don't. I know you're thinking it don't. I mean, a legit question is 6, 7 gotten to the point that now because parents are doing it, it's finally no longer cool? And I know the answer is it was never cool, but my nephews would disagree. Or at least would have. I haven't seen them do it, though, in a very long time, and my oldest nephew has seemed very resistant to it, so that feels like a positive sign. All right, and I think that will be this here, so I'll reorient that leg. I'll preemptively cut this now since I know where it's going. That way I never have to look for it again. Oh, B. Let's see, which one again? You, there we go. Okay. Oh. There we go. All right, get in there. All right. We're getting there. On the last page. What is that? So B6, another C4, and then B2. It's dark. There you go. All right, then A6. It's all coming together. That waste is going to be a little annoying, I can tell, but hopefully it'll actually go by pretty quick. It'll be just, my hope is that it's deceptively annoying, not actually annoying. Ooh, that's a bad one. We can walk, kind of. Man, at least this thing stands so much better than G-Quux did. Holy crap, that model does not like to stand. Posing that thing without a flight stand is so hard. All right. All right, PCN. So then we need the 3 and 4. Oh, I need both ends. Wow. A rarity. 2 of these at once. Three and 4 are next. Let me get this together first. Let's see. Okay, so it's got to be this way. Oh, but I'm facing this the wrong way. Okay. All right. I think this is the last of the D sprue that we need. Yep. Because the other ones are technically just. I'll leave it there, but because I may actually need it for. Because I like giving them beam swords, but. I may stick with the. I may have a. I don't know. We'll see. And then B7. The large ass flap of the Gundam. Well, in this case of the Zaku. Hold on. That's a little suspicious. I'll deal with that in a minute. That could probably use a an update anyway. Can you get in somewhere? Or where? Which one? Oh, it's this one. Huh. Okay. This is just a little strange. All right. All right. B8 and 9 are next here. All right, let's see. Oh, the here. Oh, it does want B10-2 there. It's just, wow, that was labeled really poorly. You know what? I'm gonna check something rather quickly here. Give me a moment. I'm here. It's just I'm gonna be like looking off to the side like this, all slack-jawed for a moment. Sorry, I'm gonna look a little weird. Alright, since I'm like gyrating weirdly, I'm gonna turn myself off now instead. No, that's not what I want. And here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Thank God I've got a good setup for this. This is somehow taking far longer than I intended it to. Also, one of the things I also find very funny is I have like this like crazy old Twitter account from like when I was a child, like a literal child. And every now and then when I go into this super hyper old email, I'll see that like it's like someone's trying to log in to your X account, and I'm like, Bro, they can have it. I've got no personal information on that because this was made before they asked you any personal information at all. So I have no personal information on it. I have nothing whatsoever. Zilch. I'm real glad I switched off it now. Hey, this is old, and this is in a time before, you know, Microsoft decided to be Microsoft. I'm trying to do something, and it's super stupid how it's like incredible how slow Outlook is at receiving anything. It's astonishing, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna say fuck this for now. I'll deal with it later. That was the wrong transition, but whatever. Ow. Banged my ankle on my chair. All right. No, whatever. Okay, where was I? All right, I need A9 and C12. 12. They were. Hey, you get back up in there. 24, 25. Need D6. Oh, that we were over here. But no, there is this tidy block. The tediest of bits. So that we could cover its nether regions. Did I forget a step here? I think I did. I did forget there was another N. There was. That's so weird. Why did they say it like that? Shit. Something flew off somewhere and I don't know what it was. Oh shit. It was that. Ugh. Not knowing more about these joints, I may forego something. Oh, right here. Sweet. Didn't go far. There we go. Now we can cover the grundle. Alright. This will be funky. So... And then E6. I'll say, I guess we're doing this twice to be fair, so actually it makes sense now. It's a good time for me to actually do this message. Forgot Pragmata was launching today. I didn't have a crazy amount of interest in that, but I definitely will probably watch it. And maybe I will be. Like, I think I'll watch a stream. And see what I think of it. Because then maybe if I am interested in it, I'll pick it up. And B4, and then I'll also need C3. So that'll be, this apparently is gonna have a funky bit to it. All right, let's see. So that one, this one is our blank one. So this one has to have, so it goes in like this, forward. No, forward this way. Well, that's in there. Just seems odd. Well, I'm really glad I found that part, because actually I wouldn't have been able to. But I would have probably just went without this. Oh, it's all coming together. Oops. We're so close. Look at him. It's so close. Alright, pretty much just the last step here. Oh, I did forget one step technically. Let me do it now. Actually, I want to test. I want to try one of them here. 1 second. Okay, so it has... Where'd it go? There we are. So his kit has these things here. I don't know how to open the package in a not hyper-destructive manner, at least. Okay, so I believe the idea is I am meant to cut a portion, kind of get it so that it is flat, and then just try to lightly bend it to shape, and then go from there. So I make this one kind of short. Alright, so we'll kind of like bend it so that it gets a little bit of bend here. We'll curve it. We're curving. It's working. We don't want to overstress the plastic because it will create stretch marks, but it's working pretty solidly. That's neat, actually. I do like that. I don't know if I could do all 6, but we'll see. I'm gonna finish up at least with the backpack here. Unhook them, you. Various eye. Yeah. I think I just needed those two in here, so I can go ahead here. Again, it wasn't very clear about the fact that I did need both right here, but at least I figured it out by being a smart little boy. All right, for most intents and purposes, well, there's a small debate happening in my mind now, but the general build of the Jagd Doga is complete. All right. So yes, we got a general build of the Jagd Doga is complete. Now the idea is just what the hell am I going to do with these guys? Do I want to do... This keeps falling out already, so it's not a great sign of its potential like long-term structural integrity, if you will. I mean, this thing don't like staying in here either. But yeah, otherwise, we're in good shape. Because I like this being here. I would like it to ensure. I guess I really have to. If I really shove it in there, it does fit. But nice. It's basically complete. We're basically ready to do the Nuzlocke tomorrow, and then next week's gonna be a big week. I'm gonna finally start building more of the Emperor's Children. I keep getting more and more temptations to do like a big swap and just go into CSM. Like Red Corsairs are really, really pressing me. Like, I kind of wanna. But I am holding strong for now. Let's see, actually. Where is my thing for the saber? Oh, I see now. Okay. I'll leave the saber off for now, but I definitely may come back to this later for the saber. But yeah, otherwise, this definitely appears to be okay posability wise. The shield is a bit of a question mark in my opinion. But I do like this pose works really well here. And then, you know, I could just like tilt this. That shield, man. It just does not like to stay in there. I would strongly debate gluing it. I'm like strongly debating gluing this shit in here. No matter how hard I press it in there, it does not like to stay in place. But yeah, like this could work really well. Like this kind of as a pose. But look at the little bird helmet. I love the bird helmet. Yes. This turned out very nice though. Very happy with it. Hooray. All right. Well, let's do... You're going to see me move around a little awkwardly here for a bit. All right. Hi, I'm back. Well, it is that's the Jagd Doga. It looks really good. I'm pretty content with that. I'll get it standing at some point. I'll put some pictures on Blue Sky and Twitter after this. But yeah, I'm a big fan. I like it. Jagd Doga is one of my favorite mobile suits. So again, the bird helmet is mainly doing the heavy lifting on that front. You know, when it comes to when it specifically comes to its pilot, I really couldn't care. What he's not a bad character. It's just, I don't know. It's like he's just so like his interest level is so dependent on whatever it is. So yeah. Like I said, I've kind of turned on Char's counterattack as a movie. But love the Jagd Doga itself. Great content. A great mobile suit design. Mostly because we got bird helmet. Hell yeah. Otherwise, yeah, that'll do it. So tomorrow we're gonna go into Pokemon Nuzlocke. We'll sort that up. I'll get back to that. Honestly, we're just gonna end up, I think, having a lot of fun there. We're just gonna keep going, keep trudging along. Hope we don't get any significant character or Pokemon deaths again. And you know, from there we will we'll give it a go. But until then, I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.